Once again, this is your wake-up call. Getting ready to go racing promptly at 9 a.m., so about 15 minutes from now. First pair should be on the starting line. We need super gas. If you were waiting to finish up round 3 last night in super gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super gas. Our remaining competitors from last night, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Well, I'm starting to see a few super gassers lining up over there on the west side, but that's not all of them. So once again, if you were still in last night in super gas waiting for your run to complete the round, we need you to the staging lanes now, please. Super gas, we need you back to the lanes so we can get started here. Track preparations just finishing up out there. The staff here at Summit Motorsports Park out there on the tractor, dragging the track, a little brush, a little broom, a little shuffle out there, get things good and sticky and give you the best possible racetrack that we can here on this bright, sunshiny Monday morning. So once again, super gas. We need to finish up the round from last night, so super gassers that were in the lanes getting ready to run, we need you back to the lanes. Super gas, back to the lanes. Also want to let you know we are broadcasting today on D3 TV. So let your friends and neighbors and even people you don't like know that we are on the air. The stream is up and running right now. So make them all jealous and have them tune in. Tell them not to get caught by their boss while they're watching it work. D3 TV is on the air. Well, we're getting pretty close here. I understand we may be missing a couple of super gassers yet, so if you're not in the lane, super gas, we need you now. Super gas, need to wrap up the round. So if you were waiting to make your run last night in super gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Once again, I want to let you know D3 TV is on the air today. We're going to finish up the race and we're going to live stream it. So if you want to let your friends know that it is on the air, you can always check at the division website. That's NHRADIV3.com. Big button right at the top of the page is an easy link to get you right to our coverage here on D3 TV. Super gas to the lanes. Also, if you want to get a great photo of your race ride, Kevin Peppera. Kevin and Nancy and David Smith, is that right, Kevin? David Smith helping out this weekend. 3,000 photos? Oh my. Plenty to choose from. Over 3,000 photos available to you over there at the Photos and More trailer. Our official Division III photographer, Kevin Peppera. He is still here on the grounds today, still going to be taking pictures. If you're looking for a great shot of your race car, stop by and see Kevin. The trailer door is closed, but just come on in. I'm trying to keep a little heat in there, I think, on this chilly morning. But just stop by, come on in, take a look at what they've got, pick something out to commemorate your race weekend here at Summit Motorsports Park. Again, super gas, super gas. Time to get ready to go. So if you're not in the lanes, you are late. We need you now. Super gas to the lanes. Well, as Super Gas gets their final pairing squared away over there, big shout out to the parts department at American RV. I told you not to get busted by the boss. You've already been busted. Hope you enjoy the show, and hope you get to see Mark and JB have a successful day here today as well. So if you're watching at work, you better have that dump button on your screen so they can't see you. Also, as we've been telling you all weekend, big shout out to LODRS Motorsports Insurance, our presenting sponsor this weekend for D3 TV coverage. Big thank you to Holden and Ross LODRS and everybody down at LODRS Motorsports Insurance. They've been in the insurance business forever and a day, and opening up new lines here in the motorsports industry. And we wish them all the success in the world, and we appreciate their support and their support of Sportsman drag racing here in the NHRA. Once again, Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. We need you now. Looking for a 9 o'clock start. The glue is going down right now, so we are just a minute or two away from getting ready to bring our first pair in the water box.
LODRS Motorsports Insurance, 4 generations in the insurance business and over 30 years in motorsports, offering package policy for all your valuable racing equipment, on the road or at the track. Be a winner with LODRS Motorsports Insurance. Go to Facebook today. Get a quote from LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Attention in the pit area. We need super stock. Super stock. Back to the lanes, please. Super stock. We need you to the lanes. Super stock. We need you to the lanes, please. Super comp, you are on standby call. Super stock. Super stock. To the lanes, please. Super comp on standby call. Super stock. Get them rolling. We need you now. So once again, super stock to the lanes, super stock to the lanes, please. Super comp, you're on standby. Super stock to the lanes, super comp, standby call. All right, here we go. Your first pair coming out of the water box right now. Summit side of the track. Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, the Armor Paving and Sealing 27 Ford T Roadster, alongside Paul Brown. Also a 27 Dodge variety. All Mopar all the time. Dodge power plant out in front of the driver. Trying to hit that 990 index. Off they go. Diamond out front. Here comes Paul Brown. Can he get the job done? He does. How about straight out of the box? Dead 1-9-9-0 with a 1 for Paul Brown. That's the way to start your day. 155 for the speed. 994 at 150 for Tom Diamond. Next up, this is Lee Newmeyer, Shelby, Ohio, 76 Vega. Alongside Brian Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana. Super stock, and super comp. Super stock, super comp. We need you both to the lanes, please. Super stock, super comp to the lanes. Neither driver wanting to move in. Newmeyer's in, Richardson follows. Little gamesmanship on the starting line. At the finish line, win light. On the double breakout, they both go 9, 8, 7 with a 1, both sides. Better reaction time for Brian Richardson, turns on the wind bulb. Brian Richardson back for the next round. Nick Akori out of Norwalk, Ohio. Probably slept in his own bed last night. Alongside Bill Nuzzo out of Irwin, PA. 93 Mustang. Glowing brightly here in the sunshine. Both of them trying to hit that 990 index. Both drivers taking their time to get up there. Nuzzo is pre-staged. Corey's still trying to figure out where that bulb is at. There he is. Corey is in. Nuzzo follows suit. Nuzzo out in front. Here comes that big motored Corvette on the double breakout. A Corey 5 under 985 gives him the win. Nuzzo too quick. He is 983 at 100 miles an hour. So Nick Corey comes back for the next round. Once again, we need super stock, and super comp. We need you to the lanes. Super stock, super comp. Back to the lanes. Here's Joey Ship. Randy Lynn watching in this morning, I hope, out of Indianapolis alongside Devin Eisenhower. Ship out in front. There in the Cutlass. Here comes Eisenhower, the little roadster. Not going to get it done. It's Joey Ship for the win, 993 at 156. Joey gets to play another day. Devin Eisenhower, 994 at 159. Two more coming at you right now. A couple of hitters here in the class. It's Leo Zinda, left side, out of Clinton Township, Michigan, the Ring and Pinion Shop operator, the 90 Cavalier over there, alongside Steve Hoyt. Steve and Jan's 63 Corvette, multi-time NHRA top 10 runner. And for Leo Zinda, 002 red light ends his day right here. Steve Hoyt's going to get the automatic win. Out the back door, Hoyt, 992 at 165. Leo Zinda, red light start, 994. Denny Napier pulls up now out of Pataskala, Ohio. The Eckerd Racing. That's not the same car that I was expecting to see. The Corvette over there. Can you check? That says Jacob Elrod alongside former world champion here in Super Gas, defending Quick Rod world champion, round winner as well, Jacob Elrod, 991 at 158. 7 under 983 over their left side for Denny Napier. Ricky Adkins coming up now, the chassis builder out of Milan, Michigan, alongside the young lady carrying that big number 1 for 2017 world champion Super Gas. For Cars Protection Plus, that's Mia Tedesco. A little Cavalier over here on the Budweiser side. Super stock, super comp to the lanes. Super stock and super comp. We need you now to the staging lanes. Wompity womp down there at the big end. How about a double breakout? 986.9 for Ricky Adkins. Takes out the champ. She goes 986.5. So Ricky Adkins moves on, as will Joe Fisher. Gets the bye run into the next round. The RacingRVs.com 63 Corvette. And for Fisher, off the stop, charging hard for the finish line, 988, 170. Once again, we need super stock. Super stock, we need you now. Super comp. Super comp, we need you as well. Super stock, super comp. We need you to the lanes. Some of our super stockers getting lined up over here for their pairings. Super comp. If you're not in the staging lanes, we need you now. Super comp. Super comp and super stock to the lanes.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the Sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
So our super stockers getting paired and loaded in the lanes right now. Super Comp, thank you for heeding the call. If you're not over there, Super Comp, we need to get you loaded up as well. Final call, super stock. Final call. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Final call, super stock to the lanes. Final call, super stock. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes as well. Super Comp to the lanes. Final call, super stock. Final call, super stock. Looks like some super stockers are moving towards the ready line right now. That's always a good sign. Again, super stock. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. So we understand some of our folks may have had to leave, but if you are here and your car's not in the lanes, we're going to run without you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need stock eliminator. Stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Stock to the lanes. Once again, stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes. Super comp, final call. Super comp, final call. Once again, stock to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Once again, stock, we're looking for you to the lanes. We need to get you paired up. Stock to the lanes, please. Just a little bit of track maintenance going on out there right now. And once that is completed, we will be back to action. We appreciate your patience. Just getting everything exactly right before we send our next pair down the track. Super Stockers are in the lanes at the ready line right now. Super Comp waits in the wings over there on the west side. Stock, if you're not in the lanes, ready to be paired, we need you now. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Our next live streaming show will be this coming weekend at the JAGS Sports Nationals down in Bowling Green, Kentucky. If you're listening in on D3 TV or you're a fan of D3 TV, just want to let you know that I will be doing the broadcast, but it will be on NHRA All Access, not on D3 TV. NHRA All Access. So check out the NHRA.com website for everything you need to know to get signed up for that event. That's this coming weekend, Bowling Green, Kentucky, the JAG Sports Nationals. If you are an NHRA All Access subscriber, you'll have access to this weekend's event in Bowling Green. If you're not a subscriber, you can buy the weekend pass for only $9.95. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Once we get rolling here, we're going to try to go rapid fire as much as we can. So heed your call to the lanes. We're getting down into single digits in some of our classes. So listen up for your call to the staging lanes so we can keep the program moving and get finished up early here today and get everybody back on the road on their way home. So it looks like everything is complete on the track itself. Our crews are moving back to their positions. Super Stock is at the ready line. Super Comp will be moving up to the ready line over on the west side in just a second. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Final call for Super Comp. Final call. Super Comp to the lanes. Super Stock pulling up to stage them up right now. First pair. This is Zach running the GTN Automatic out of Lapeer, Michigan. The Super Sleeper machine over there left side alongside A.H. Adkins. The Adkin Racing and Head Service AMX out of West Virginia. Super Stock B machine over here. He'll be banging the gears as he head down the track. Wheels up, start for the AMX. Charging hard, trying to catch him at the big end. Dialed her a 9 flat. Off pace 10:16 at the finish line on that 9 flat number. Zach running gets the win 1080 on the 1068 at 102. Atkins was behind all the way, never got caught up. Here's Joel Larkin, Mansfield, Ohio, 67 Firebird, Superstock I automatic machine alongside Superstock C machine of Pete Diagnolo out of Rochester, New York. Wheels up on the white Camaro, trying to make up some ground. Can he get him? Yes, he does. Got him at the finish line. 9:27 at 1:28 for Pete Diagnolo. Oh, I didn't see the red light start. Apologize for that. Joel Larkin went red at the start. 10:34 on the lap at 1:27. Couple of F-body cars pulling up right now. It's Jeff Neiswanger out of Zanesville. The 87 Camaro. GTJ automatic over there left side alongside the GTH automatic of Jeff Dona. Gordonville, Missouri. 98 Firebird Formula. He's trying to go 953. He'll give up about a bulb to Neiswanger's 991. Good looking lead for both cars as they head down track. Who's going to get it done? It's going to be Jeff Dona turning on the win light. How about a 957 at 134 for Jeff Dona? He'll move on to the next round. Neiswanger's weekend ends here. 992 on the 991. 004 light for the runner out of Gordonville, Missouri, Jeff Dona. John Dorley comes up next out of Colorado, the Southland Dodge 70 Duster alongside Irvin Johns, Indiana Johns. Stock Eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Red light start for Irvin Johns. John Dorley breaks out. Time pass for him, 9:98 at 1:29 for Irvin Johns. 9:39, but the red eye got him. Brian Stufflebeam pulls up next, the Firebird over there out of Peoria, Illinois, alongside Andy Cronenbitter, Millersport, Ohio. 2008 Cobalt. New ride there for Cronenbitter. 960 the number, gives up a couple of bulbs there on the start. So here's the Hancock and Lane machine coming up now. Cody Lane out of North Bend, Washington, alongside Tyler Bohannon. Bohannon out of Louisville, 88 Camaro. Bohannon leaving hard. Here comes Cody Lane. Charging hard. Win light says it is Bohannon for the win. 10:13, 124 for Tyler Bohannon. 002 light helped his cause. Cody Lane, 8:49 on the 8:45 at 150. And he'll get to load it in the box and head south to Bowling Green. Nick Morris comes up next, number 2 in the world a couple of years ago. The Morris Motorsports Mustang would have been running Brina Spling Air. She had to head north back to her engineering job in Wisconsin. So Nick Morris going to make the single here. And for Nick Morris, 9:64 time pass for him. Drives her out the back. Another single coming up here. This is going to be Chuck Bellinger out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. The 96 Firebird would have been running Bob Issy from Pennsylvania. Bob loaded up, headed east this morning. Bellinger going to get the single into the next round. Stock Eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. $10.31 at 128. And John Freck. Looks like the final car here in the category out of Cortland, Ohio. The Freck Racing Z28 would have been running alongside James McBean. Attention in the pits. We need Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster. We need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Comp Eliminator, you are on standby call. Comp Eliminator on standby call. John Freck, 1092 at 122. So Freck finishes out the category. Super Comp sits at the ready line right now. Their round coming up. Once again, we need Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Comp Eliminator, you are on standby call. Comp on standby. Top Dragster to the lanes. Todd Chiava, Davey Merkel. Heading down track right now. Another double breakout. Chiava's 8 under 882. No good. 884 for your winner, Davey Merkel. The Scottsville, New York runner gets the win light. 884 at 163. And for those of you watching on D3 TV, yeah, I had a little equipment problem. Got some stuff switched out, so apologize for the inconvenience there, but we should be good to go. Krista Schneider, Rochester Hills, Michigan. Probably had one of the worst starts to a weekend that you would see when both slicks came off the rims on her very first burnout of the weekend. And here she is on Monday, still racing alongside Mac Daddis. Daddis out of Vermilion, Ohio. The Diamond Chassis Big Block Chevy powered entry. Daddis Budweiser side. Schneider in the Summit lane. Top Dragster. If you're not in the lanes, we need you to head that way. Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes. Again, Comp and Top Sportsman, you are on standby call. Comp and Top Sportsman on standby. Daddis, Schneider, Krista, Matt for the win. 892 at 169 for Matt Daddis. He'll move on for Krista Schneider. Wraps up her weekend 894 at 174. Backing up now from the burnouts. It's Phil Smida. Smida out of Canfield, Ohio. The Intensity Racing Products American chassis car, alongside Chad Lamont from Fox Lake, Illinois. For Lamont Trailer Sales, ATD. The financial advisor stages it up, Budweiser side. Smida in the Summit lane. Again, Top Dragster to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes. We need to get you paired up, ready to go. Lamont out front. How about a 13 thousandths package for Philip Smida? He's 006 on the tree, dead on 7 at the big end. 13 thou package for your winner, Philip Smida. Lamont took him across the stripes, 6 under 884 at 172. Don Higgins out of Mapleton, Illinois, the Crew Chief Pro Software American Chassis race car, alongside Leo Zinda. Looking for a little better luck here in Super Comp. Already out in the Cavalier in Super Gas. Zinda, the ring and pinion shop owner out of Clinton Township, Michigan. 890, the magic number for these two. And at the finish line, how'd you like to run dead on and lose? 890 with an 8 for Don Higgins, not good enough. Gave up just enough at the starting line to Leo Zinda. How about this for margin of victory? 0, 0, 0, 6. 6 ten-thousandths of a second for your winner, Leo Zinda. 891 the winning time at 176. Good drag race right there. Zinda, your winner. In the water box right now, Team Cars out of McIlvain Race Cars, left and right. It's going to be Michael Shelton and Dean McIlvain. Stout burnouts for both of the McIlvain Race Cars dragsters. Back, I'm way up here, about 200 feet out, hustling back. Michael Shelton, New Carlisle, Ohio. He is a chassis builder. Works for Dean McIlvain. Dean McIlvain, also New Carlisle, Ohio, proprietor of McIlvain Race Cars. These two rides came right out of their shop. If you like to see the quality of their work, stop by their pit area. Or if you're out here on a regular race weekend, they've got one on display in the Quarter Mile Apparel Shop. Double breakout win goes to the boss, Dean McIlvain, 887 at 169. He was 003 on the tree. Shelton, decent light, 885, 5 under at 175. Steve Spaulding, backing up from the burnout right now from Mahwah, New Jersey. A contractor by trade, Division I runner. Making the pit stop here before he heads to Bowling Green. Would have been running James Glosson out of Lakeville, Illinois. Mr. Glosson had to head home. So Steve Spaulding gets the competition single into the next round. And for Spaulding, 001 on the tree. 887 at the big end at 170. Another single coming up here. Michael Savoya had to head north to Tipton, Michigan. It's Rick Hughes pulling into the beams here in just a minute. The A&A transmission, RCE entry out of Fishers, Indiana. He'll make the lap here and move into the next round. Again, top dragster. If you're not in the lanes, you need to head that way. Top dragster to the lanes. $892 at 170 for Rick Hughes. We'll roll right on into stock. Excuse me. Yep, that is stock eliminator coming up now. Tom Russell, B-Stick Machine, the Camaro, out of East Sparta, Ohio, alongside Chris Stevenson. E-Stock Automatic out of Tipton, Indiana, the Stevenson Racing 68 Firebird. Also campaigns a Buick Apollo. Down track they go. Who's going to get it done on the double breakout? How about Tom Russell, 1034 at 128. Picks up the win for Chris Stevenson, 1085. They were both about 3 under. Closer, though, on the double breakout, Tom Russell. Back to the starting line now. Marty Booth out of Freeport, Illinois. The 4-banger over there, a little turbocharged Mustang, O-Stock automatic, alongside the Factory Showdown F Copo of Jeff Teets. Teets gathering him up, charging hard, go blow by him. Will it be the Camaro? It is. Jeff Teets for the win. Another double breakout, 1022 on the 1023. He's 1 under. Marty way under, 1279. 9 under on his original 1288 prediction. Brian Merkel comes up now. Got down to the final round last year. Trying to do that again as well. Merkel, AA stock automatic, Johnstown, Ohio. Alongside David Conkey, the Ohio runner in his 78 Camaro. He's I-stock automatic. Camaro heads down track. Here comes the Firebird. Trying to gather him up. About a half a bus, side by side, finish line. It's going to be 12:05 for your winner. Another double breakout. Pay attention, guys. Every pair this round has been a double breakout. 12:05 at 1:08 for David Conkey. 10:41 on the 10:45 at Merkel. They were both 4 under. Actual margin on the double breakout, 1/1000th of a second for Conkey. Here is Andrew Hill. Got that 31 on the side, division champion here in stock eliminator. Trying to go 10:69 alongside Jason McCormick. Hill breaks out by 4, 10:65. His day is done. 10:20 on the 10:18 for Jason McCormick, your winner. Attention in the pit area, we need Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Comp Eliminator and Top Sportsman to the lanes. T.C. Morris, little GTO, trying to catch Bill Owen at the big end. It is Bill Owen hanging on for the win. 1394 at 94 miles an hour. He is your winner. T.C. Morris, 1086 and done at 107. Mike Postelny, the NPR race cars, Ford Cobra Jet over there. Factory Showdown E, the Mustang, alongside Craig Marshall. It's Dodge material over here, right side, out of Columbus, Ohio. For Eastland Crane, the family business. His E-Stock automatic lines up. So the Mopar and the Blue Oval. Mopar out in front. Here comes that hard-charging Mustang. Can he get the job done? Nope. Marshall runs better on the number. He's 1109 on the 1107. Postelny breaks out. He's 2 under. 1004 on the 1006. So 2 quick for Mike Postelny. And that looks like our final pair of stockers in the lanes, or down the track. Top Dragster coming around the bend right now. Once again, Comp Eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. And Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes as well. Comp and Top Sportsman. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Comp and Top Sportsman to the lanes. Once again, we need Comp Eliminator. We need you to the lanes. If we can get you up here and paired up, you will be up next. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes as well. Comp and Top Sportsman to the lanes. We need you now.
LODRS Motorsports Insurance, 4 generations in the insurance business and over 30 years in motorsports, offering package policy for all your valuable racing equipment, on the road or at the track. Be a winner with LODRS Motorsports Insurance. Go to Facebook today. Get a quote from LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
So a little shuffle out there on the starting line, a little broom, a little drag. Get everything just tightened up just a little bit out there as we get set to bring you Top Dragster. If I remember right, we're down to the point where we have 8 cars left in the field. Third round coming up for Top Dragster. They are racing for a national championship presented by RacingRVs.com. So thanks to the Fisher folks for their support of Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, the national championship presented by Racing RVs. Again, we need Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator. We need to get you up here and get you paired up. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman to the lanes as well. Comp and Top Sportsman, we need you now to the staging lanes. How about that rumpity-rump of that supercharged machine over there in the summit lane? Zach Sackman. Heating up the Hoosiers over there. Alongside Mike Coughlin for Jegs.com. The Proline engine, Dan Page Racing built chassis, spinning that Pro Charger. Alongside that 1471 supercharged big block Chevy machine out of Channahon, Illinois. That's Zach Sackman. 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour bracket race coming at you right now. 6:08, the dial in for Zach Sackman. Coughlin's got it dialed in, a 6:14. Easing their way into the stage beams. Here we go. Top Dragster. Good looking drag race. A lot of smoke rolling out there on the Mike Coughlin machine. He breaks out 6:06. He's 8 under on his 6:14. 6:05 on the 6:08 at 2:17. So I think we're going to take a minute here and take a look at the Budweiser lane. So we're going to go ahead and shut our competitors off in the water box. Make sure that lane is good over here on the right side. So again, comp eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, we need to get you paired up. You may or may not all be over there. Top sportsman, we need you as well. Top sportsman, I'd like to get you paired up and ready to go. Okay, coming back to life here. We are back to action. Everything looked good in the lane as they get ready to send our next pair down. Left side, Summit Lane, out of Pickerington, Ohio. The accurate concrete Mullis chassis ride for Danny Waddle. Supercharged big block power behind the driver. He thinks he's going to go 623. He'll get a little head start over J.B. Straswig. The Dragsters for sale.com. Throttle in a bottle, nitrous assisted, 706 cubic inches of bow tie power for Dragsters for sale.com. 614. One of the fastest nitrous assisted machines in the country. Trying to solidify his hold on that Jegs All-Star slot. He's trying to go 614. Waddle out front. Here comes JB side by side. Finish line says JB Straswig for the win. Gave up the stripe, broke him out. 6:19 at 2:12. That's 4 under for Danny Waddle. Win light JB Straswig. 6:20 at 2:02. JB marches on to the semis. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street. Here's Dan Norris. Excuse me, this is not Dan Norris. This is Chris Ray. Dan Norris had to head home to Brighton, Michigan. Chris Ray out of Louisville. The Elite Performance Spitzer chassis car, the Flexi Flyer over here right side. See the purge of the bottle there. Little nitrous assist for the 632 cubic inch big block Chevy behind the driver. 619 the number. He'll get the single into the next round. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. $624 for Chris Ray at 2:16. So he'll be back for semifinal action. As will Tony Elrod. The S&W chassis big block Chevy machine with the huffer on top. 658. The number over here. Summit side of the track, Ryan Smith. Headed north to Wisconsin to get back to work. It was good to see Ryan Smith out. First weekend out after his accident last year. So it took a year to get rebuilt. Made it out to the track. Was still in competition when he loaded it up in the box. 658 the dial in for Tony Elrod. And he'll be back for semifinal action. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. So, out the back door, 647 at 190 for Tony Elrod. 647. That's about a tenth under what he had dialed it in at. But perfect opportunity to figure that out on the single. So he'll be back for the final four. Here comes Comp Eliminator. It's Mike Farrell and Steve Ambrose. Backing up from their burnouts right now. Both of them longtime campaigners. Been fine-tuning their combinations for many, many years. The Beast Street Roadster over there left side out of Louisville, Kentucky for C.J. Farrell and Sons. It's a 34 Chevy Roadster, Beast Street Roadster. His index an 840. Steve Ambrose out of Woodhaven, Michigan. The Varsity Ford. Inline 6. For Bob Huebman. J altered automatic. Here comes the altered, charging hard. Can he do it? No, he's out of the throttle. Farrell will cross first. Farrell for the win. 789 at 148. Troubles for Ambrose. Coasting to an 862. So Mike Farrell, your winner. He'll move on to the next round. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. There's Bob Bailey. Alongside Todd France. Two heavy hitters in Comp Eliminator. Bob Bailey. The Schmidt Racing Cone Transmissions. A Econo Dragster. Qualified in about 60 under. That's the number he was looking for. His index is 720. France is 53 under on the qualifying pass. Out of Louisville, Kentucky. The Johns France Racing Team. C Econo Dragster over here. 793 his index. Comp Eliminator. You build it, we'll make a rule for it. First one to the finish line wins. France leaves first. Here comes Bailey, wheels up. Bailey trying to gather him up, not going to get it done. Todd France, your winner, 737 at 158. For Bailey, 681, about a tenth off what he ran yesterday at 160. And he was about a tenth behind at the finish line. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Need to get you paired and ready to go. Super Street to the lanes. Coming up now, it's Jeff Lane out of North Bend, Washington. The Hancock and Lane. Mickey Thompson, Lucas Oil Machine, 2010 Cobalt. B Super Modified Automatic alongside the A Super Modified Automatic for Wes Leopold Jr. out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. The Dodge Machine right side, the Cobalt left side. Wind light says it is Jeff Lane, 811 at 145. Lane, your winner. Wes Leopold Jr., 810, not good enough to get it done. A little bit tardy at the starting line. Lane a little bit better. And Lane, by almost a tenth of a second, takes him across for the win. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Coming up next, it's going to be Top Sportsman. Racing for that national championship presented by RacingRVs.com. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, it's top. Sportsman completing their burnouts, getting set to back up right now. Budweiser side of the track. Scotty Wasco. Columbia Station, Ohio. 94 Lumina. Big motor Lumina, 710 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Big ain't big enough. Paul Pittman, 828 cubic inches of bow tie out there in front of the driver. The 2013 Camaro out of Bloomington, Minnesota. Paul Pittman. The legendary name in drag racing, the Twist and Shout machine, getting set to stage up over there in the Summit Lane. Pittman trying to go 640. Wasco 674. A little purge of the nitrous there for Scotty Wasco. So he gets set to pull up right now. This is the quarterfinal round, round 3. 8 cars should be still in competition. Head start for the Lumina. Right side. On and off the throttle there, Wasco. He's out in front. Pittman blows by him like he's sitting still. Oh, I didn't see the red light. Apologize for that. Red light start for Paul Pittman. Scotty Wasco for the win, 756 at 131. Had to use that steering wheel quite a bit there to get her gathered up, but Wasco moves on to the semis. For Paul Pittman, red light start, 703 at 207. This is Jeff Brooks. Fredericksburg, Virginia, the home base for the Kaiser Compressors. Henry J. That is a 51 Henry J. Chevrolet Power. And he's been backed up behind the water box. We're going to go out there and take a look at something before we send them down track for our next pair. Brooks' competition, Ricky Adkins, not available this morning, not going to make the call, so... Oh, I'm sorry. I see the car there right now. So, my mistake. Ricky Adkins there in the 37 Chevy. My vantage point blocked here by some nice foliage there. So here we go, heads up drag race between Jeff Brooks, Ricky Adkins. Pair of classic hot rods. You can probably count on one hand the number of these in competition anywhere in the United States. Brooks, Fredericksburg, Virginia. Ricky Adkins, Milan, Michigan. Both trying to go 667 and make a spot in the semis. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Super Street in the lanes. So Adkins sees the red light, clicks it off early. Brooks for the win, 674 at 189. Attention in the pit area. We have a parts call. Once again, attention in the pit area. We have a parts call. J.B. Straswig driver of the dragstersforsale.com top dragster entry is in need of some assistance. He needs a wheelie bar. If somebody out there has a wheelie bar that can help him out, little incident in the pit area, his was run over in the pit area. JB in need of a wheelie bar. If you could stop by his pit area and help him out, he would greatly appreciate it. Once again, JB Straswig, dragstersforsale.com top dragster, in need of a wheelie bar before his next round of competition. If you could help him out, he would appreciate it. Speaking of dragstersforsale.com, on the starting line right now, this is Mark McDonald, number 7 in the world last year. 67 Mustang for dragstersforsale.com, alongside Kurt Frederick. At the finish line, it's going to be Mark McDonald for the win. 6-6-0 with a 2. Dead on with a 2 at 2:05. Mark McDonald picks up the round win, moves to the semifinals. Kurt Frederick, 673.7 on the 673. Both of them had it dialed right. McDonald puts the package together, 21,000 pack. He moves on to the semi. Super stock, super gas, to the lanes, please. Super stock and super gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Super stock, super gas, to the lanes, please. And if our math is correct here, Mark McDonald just moved around Mick Snyder to move into the lead spot for the Jags All-Star race. JB Straswig in need of a wheelie bar. Someone ran over it in his pit area and it's damaged. So JB Straswig in need of a wheelie bar before he can make the next round. If you can help him out, he would appreciate it. Here's Billy Toman, Tony Fagnelli. Toman, Summit Side, the 63 Corvette out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, dialed to 673, leaves first. Tony Fagnelli. Coropolis, Pennsylvania, 666, the number on the GXP. A lot of smoke out of Fagnelli's machine down there at the finish line. 674 for the win for Billy Toman. 193 for the speed. Fagnelli trailing some smoke through the traps. 669 at 2:01. Super stock, super gas, to the lanes, please. Super stock, super gas, to the lanes. Super stock, super gas, to the lanes. As we get set to move into the 1090 category, Super Street. 5/10 Pro Tree, 1090 the number. Super Street coming up. Once again, super stock and super gas to the lanes. Super stock and super gas to the lanes. So if our math is correct up here in the tower, we're being told by the dragstersforsale.com team that they have accomplished their twofer that they were looking for. Mark McDonald will be representing dragstersforsale.com in Top Sportsman. JB Straswig will be doing the same in Top Dragster. So congratulations to JB and Mark and the entire dragstersforsale.com team. Here comes Kristen Kiger. Navarre, Ohio, 67 Chevy 2. Right side of the track. Left side, that's Don Garbinski. out of the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia. Both of them trying to go 1090. He's trying to do it in his Challenger. She's trying to do it in her Chevy 2. Staged and ready. On the stops, off the stops. Here they go. Pretty close off the starting line. Wind light flashes on the double breakout for Kristen Kiger. She's 1089, 1 under. He's 1088, 2 under. She was 022, he was 025. Good old drag race. Kristen Kiger moves on to the next round. 2 more coming at you right now. Barney Barnhart having a blast over there for a Bruzy and Blaster. Alongside Brian Workman from Willard, Ohio, the 72 Nova. Attention in the pit area. We need super stock, and super gas. Super gas. Super stock, super gas to the lanes. Super stock, super gas to the lanes. Here comes Barney Barnhart. Around him, out of the throttle. Too much wind stripe by a ton. 1077 at 127. Brian Workman 1088. It's a double breakout. Brian Workman gets the win 1088 at 126. Might have been a switch in there that you needed to flip, Barney. Change that around a little bit. So tough break for Barney. Brian takes advantage. Here's Dick Sperry and Bob Schmidt. Sperry, the Malibu, Bud side. Schmidt, Chevy 2, Summit side. Schmidt for the win, 1093 at 141. Sperry, oh so close. Too too quick, 1089.8 on the 1089.8 on the 1090. Breaking out by 2 thousandths. Here's Steve Ionikis and Scott Sattler coming at you now. Pair of Ohio-based runners. And it's going to be Scott Sattler for the win. He's 1091. He's safe by 1. Steve Ionikis 2 under 1088. And so it'll be Scott Sattler hanging around for another round. Scott Weissend out of Etna, Ohio, the Pace Racing 70 Camaro. He'll line up left side alongside Taylor Young, the college student. Classes must be over because Taylor is hanging around with us. 94 S10. Both of them trying to hit that 1090 number. Super stock, super gas. We need you in the lanes, please. Super stock and super gas. We need you to the staging lanes. Both drivers doing the job on the starting line, looking at each other, How about a 1091 for Taylor Young? Getting it done. Taylor Young moves on. Scott Weissend, 1092. Weissend was 016 on the tree, but Young was 013 on the tree. Good looking drag race. Taylor Young picking up the win ticket. Again, super stock, super gas. Super stock and super gas. We need you to the lanes, please. Super stock, super gas. So as we're getting down to our late rounds here, our car counts are tightening up. Be sure and heed the call when you get it and hustle up here to the staging lane so we can get our event completed. Super stock, if you're not in the lanes, you need to be there. Super gas as well. Super stock and super gas to the staging lanes, please. Super stock headed for the ready line right now. Super gas, if you're not in the lanes, we need you. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pits. Stock. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Need to get you paired up and ready to go. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. So coming up next, this is Super Stock. The GTL automatic left side, that's John Freck, staging up summit side of the track out of Cortland, Ohio. Be taking on Nick Morris from Louisville. The factory GTI machine, the 98 Mustang. Morris thinks he's going to go 9:56. For Freck, it's a 10:93. Head start, summit side of the track by almost a full tree. About 2.5 bulbs head start for John Freck in the Camaro. What a beautiful launch there for Morris. Hangs him high in the air. Now can he catch him? Will the little pony car get it done? No. Freck holds him off. 10.94 at 122. Morris was trying to catch him all the way down, didn't get it done. He broke out by 2, 9.54 at 137. Starting line advantage there for Freck made up the difference. Tyler Bohannon from Louisville, Kentucky, the 88 Camaro. He won here last year in Dad's Corvette. Got the Camaro this time around, taking on John Dorley. Pretty lead for both drivers as they head down track. Bohannon trying to go 10.11. Dorley 9.96. They're both one off. Bohannon for the win. He had the better light. That's the margin of victory. 10.12 on the 10.11 at 127. He's 0.23 on the tree. About a hun off the starting line. John Dorley 9.97 on the 9.96. How about this for margin of victory? 84 ten-thousandths of a second. That's .0084. Pete Diagnolo from Rochester, New York, the S&R Automotive 67 Camaro. Superstock C modified alongside the GTH automatic for Jeff Dona. Dona done here as the red light catches him. Pete Diagnolo going to move on. 9.29 at 127 for Pete. He is your winner. Jeff Dona red light start 9.53 at 135. Annie Crodenbitter from Millersport, Ohio, the chassis builder. GTG automatic, little Cobalt over there, left side alongside Chuck Bellinger. At the controls of the 96 Pontiac Firebird out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Bellinger down track. Here comes Cronenbitter. The new ride. Can he get it done? Or the old trusty Firebird? It is the Firebird. 10.30 with a 6 on the 10.31. Wins on the double breakout. He is 4 thou under. Cronenbitter 7 thou under. 9.57.3 on the 9.58. So Bellinger for the win. Zach Running gets the bye into the next round. The super sleeper Oldsmobile Cutlass. So Zach will get it dialed in for the next round. 1067 is on the window. 1068 on the big board at the finish line. 1068 at 120 for Zach Running. So that wraps up Super Stock, Super Gas at the ready line. Stock, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're not, we need you now to get you paired up. Super Comp, to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, to the lanes. Super Comp, to the lanes. JB Straswig, please let me know if you got your problem resolved or not. Have somebody text me up here in the tower. JB Straswig, please let me know if you got your problem resolved by texting me up here in the tower.
Larice Motorsports Insurance, 4 generations in the insurance business and over 30 years in motorsports, offering package policy for all your valuable racing equipment, on the road or at the track. Be a winner with Larice Motorsports Insurance. Go to Facebook today. Get a quote from Larice Motorsports Insurance.
So a little shuffle here on the starting line, a little track prep right around the starting line area as we got the drag going and the broom on the big tractor there. Big thanks from Summit Motorsports Park to Kristowski Tractor Sales, the official vehicle here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Once again, Super Comp to the lanes. Okay, last class, the driver picked the number. This time, the number picks you. 990 the index. 410 Pro Tree, Super Gas. A lot of left-hand steer roadsters in this category. Full-bodied cars. It's Ricky Adkins out of Milan, Michigan. 2015 Corvette. Alongside Brian Richardson from Woodburn, Indiana. the 34 Chevy Ralph Motica presenting the car here. Both trying to go 990 at the big end. Adkins down track. Here comes that bow tie power for Ricky Adkins. It's going to be Brian Richardson hanging on for the win. 0.0024, 24 10,000ths to the stripe for your winner, Brian Richardson. He's 999. Adkins quicker 996. Advantage on the starting line to Brian Richardson gives him the win. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Janice Swan, Paul Brown coming up next. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Top Dragster to the lanes. Double breakout win going to Janice Swan. Sis 988 4 at 160. Paul Brown 400 986 ends the day. Two more coming at you right now. It's Patrick DeBottis out of Howell, Michigan. 2000 Dodge Dakota, all Mopar all the time. Alongside John Sickish. Sickish in the 63 Corvette out of Belmont, Ohio. Oh man, how'd you like to go 002 and be late? Because the other guy went 001. 983 for your winner, Patrick DeBottis. The double breakout win, he's 983. John Sickish, 982. But those reaction times, 002 for Patrick, 001 for John. It's Jacob Elrod, Joey Ship coming up now. Elrod, number 4 in the world last year. Joey Ship alongside in the Cutlass. So another double breakout win. Jacob Elrod backed out of it, gave up the stripe, broke him out. 988.8, better than the 988.2 for Joey Ship. Elrod 011 on the tree, Ship 008. Good drag race. Jacob Elrod moves on to the next round. This is Nick Acori out of Norwalk, Ohio, alongside Steve Hoyt. 2004 Corvette Roadster left side, 63 Corvette Roadster right side. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Super Comp, you should be lined up over there. So how about a dead on 990 with a 1 for Steve Hoyt? He is your winner. 500 Nick, 500 985 for Nick Acori. So Hoyt will advance on that stellar 990 with a 1. It's Bill Jackson coming up next. Bill and Marianne's machine. Jackson's scratcher over there left side out of Mansfield, Ohio. Nitro Joe shooting the video alongside Joe Fisher for RacingRVs.com, the 63 Corvette out of Clayton, Ohio. RacingRVs.com, the presenting sponsor for the National Championship For Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, again, we need Top Dragster to the lanes, please, and Comp Eliminator. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator. As they head down track, too close to call on the starting line. Big N says the 4-under breakout for Joe Fisher is your winner. 986 at 169. Bill Jackson 5-under, 985. Took the stripe by 1, and he was 1 under compared to Joe Fisher. So Fisher wins on the double breakout. And with that, we move out of Super Gas and into stock. Stock Eliminator coming at you right now. Pair of Camaros sitting in the water box. It's Tom Russell, B stock machine over there. He'll be banging the gears. East Sparta, Ohio, in the 98 Camaro. $10.35 the dial in for Tom Russell. David Conkey, the iStock automatic machine, 1206 the number, over here in the right-hand lane. So Conkey way out in front. Here comes Tom Russell. Can he get there? Yes, he does. 10:39 for your winner, Tom Russell. 129 for the speed. Conkey breaks out by 4. 12:02. 4 under of them. 12:06 at 1:06. Back to the starting line we go. Craig Marshall, Dodge material, alongside T.C. Morris. E-Stock automatic heads-up race. First one to the finish line wins. Wheels up. Down track. The GTO. The Dodge Dart Sport. Morris out in front by about a half a car length at the finish line. T.C. Morris wins on the heads-up race. 10:79 at 1:14. For Craig Marshall, 10:97 at 1:19. Not going to get it done this time around. T.C. Morris moves on. Jason McCormick, the A-Stick machine over there. How about that 66 Belvedere out of Columbiaville, Michigan? Alongside Jeffrey Teets, the Copo. Teets, red light start. Automatic winner, Jason McCormick. The old Belvedere flips on the win light. 10:15 at 1:31. Good enough for the win. Jeff Teets, red light start. 10:17 at 1:30. Comp, Top Sportsman. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. You are lining up right now. Comp Eliminator coming up. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Comp and Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Dragster, you've already been called, so Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, Top Sportsman to the lanes. So our 890 cars rolling up to the ready line right now. Won't be long till we see them running. Super Comp coming up. Again, Comp, Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. If you're not in the lanes, we need you to head that way. Comp and Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes. Philip Schmida over there, pit side, summit side of the track. Alongside Rick Hughes over here in the Budweiser lane. Both of them staring at that 890 number down there on the scoreboard. They get the flash of the ambers. Green light starts. Trying to hit that magic 8,900. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Green lights appear as they head down track. Schmida and Hughes. Finish line says it is the Dragster of Rick Hughes on the double breakout. 889, 164. How close was that? He was 889.0. Philip Schmida, 888.9. Schmida a little tardy on the tree compared to Hughes, and that was the main difference down there at the finish line. It's Ray Connolly coming up next, alongside Steve Spaulding. Connolly, the hometown boy from Elyria, Ohio, just up the road. Steve Spaulding from Ballway, New Jersey, the contractor in the undercover chassis car, Division I runner. Connolly, about 20 miles from here is where he calls home. So it's Connolly, Spaulding, down track, wind light. Spaulding, Connolly, 2 quick, 888 at 186. Spaulding, your winner, 892 at 170. So Spaulding moves on to the next round. Connolly out of here with a 2 under 888. Here's Ed McCleft and Matt Daddis coming up now. McCleft, Shingle House, PA, number 1. In Division I last year. That's why the 11 on the scoop there. Alongside Mac Daddis, regular here at Summit Motorsports Park, the Diamond Chassis entry out of Vermilion, Ohio. Both racers trying to go 890 and move on to the next round. The orange crate, left side, sees his win light flash at the 1320. It is Ed McCleft for the win on the double breakout. He's 885 at 174. 884 for Matt Dattis at 170. Dattis tossing away a 004 light there in the losing effort. It's Davey Markle from Scottsville, New York. A lot of East Coast runners hanging in here with us. Stephen Schmidt alongside from Navarre, Ohio. Schmidt, a machinist by trade, as is Davey Markle. So some troubles there for Davey Markle coming off the starting line. Well, I'm wrong. Stephen Schmidt was so far down track, I thought Markle was having a problem. No. Dead on 8,900 for Davey Markle. Schmidt, 818, low ET of the event in the 890 category. 818 at 121. That little switch that says throttle stop, that is supposed to be on. He is 7/10 under and still running hard. In fact, he was 30 miles an hour slower at the finish line than he was at the 8th mile, and he still broke out by 7/10. Unbelievable. Rick Schneider, Rochester Hills, Michigan. The CT Motorsports American chassis big block Chevy Dragster alongside Dean McElvain. Builds his own car over here. The McElvain Race Cars big block Chevy powered entry out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Good looking drag race, looking at each other down there at the finish line. They look up and see Rick Schneider's win light come on the double breakout. 888 for Schneider, 886 for McElvain. McElvain 4 under, Schneider 2 under, moves on. Also moving on to the next round, it's going to be Leo Zenda, the Clinton Township, Michigan runner, proprietor of the Ring and Pinion Shop. He'll get the bye run into the next round. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. $884 for Leo Zenda at 180 to finish up the round. Now you hear the high horsepower machines coming to life. This is Top Dragster semifinal action coming up. 4 cars left in the category. The supercharged machine of Zach Sackman getting set to heat up those Mickey Thompsons, the sticky Mickeys. He'll be alongside Chris Ray. The nitrous-assisted big block Chevy-powered elite performance machine out of Louisville, Kentucky. Chris Ray will stage up Budweiser side, 624, the dial-in. He'll go first. Zach Sackman, the Channahon, Illinois fabricator. His number is 606. He'll be charging hard to catch him. 6 second, 200 mile an hour bracket racing at its best. 4 cars left here in Top Dragster. Racing for the national championship presented by RacingRVs.com. Zach Sackman pulls in pre-stages. Chris Ray Lights the top bulb. Now the bottom bulb. And here we go. Little waggle out there by Chris Ray. But he goes under by 3, 6:21, 3-2 quick. Chris Ray out of here in the semis. Zach Sackman, 6:05.7, good enough for the win on the double breakout. The supercharged car goes to the final. Who will he take on? Will it be Tony Elrod or J.B. Straswig? JB having to make some repairs over there in the pit area. Some damage to the wheelie bar. And for Tony Elrod, trouble's right there. As you can see, he's being pushed back to the starting line area. Not sure if the transmission let go or just no reverse. But Jacob and Jamie moving back behind the starting line. He'll pull up now. The heavy machine operator out of Howell, Michigan. Supercharged, big block power. Everybody looking intently. In the meantime, J.B. Straswig for dragstersforsale.com. Going to Joliet as the all-star representative. Had to do some fabrication on a wheelie bar. Looks like the gloves are coming off for Tony Elrod. Going to be a single for JB. No, I'm sorry. Elrod moving up. It will be a race. Elrod is in. Here comes JB. JB makes a big move. Here he comes. Can he get the job done? Yes, he does. He goes on to the final. 6:16 for JB Straswig. That's what he dialed at 6:16 with a 4 at 2:17. Elrod 3 under 6:41 at 2:11. They were 0:18 and 0:14 on the tree. JB the better of the two. Dead 4. That's a 18 thousandths package to move JB Straswig into the final here in Top Dragster. So keep on keeping on. And JB getting the job done. Now it's time for Comp Eliminator. Mike Farrell, Todd France, 2 Louisville runners. Coming out of the water box right now. Todd France, the long skinny car, the C Econo Dragster. For Johns France Racing, it's a Spitzer chassis car, 304 cubic inches of Chevy power. Alongside the B Street Roadster, for Mike Farrell, the C.J. Farrell & Son 34 Chevy, 323 cubic inches of bow tie power. The index for Farrell, 840. The index for France, 788. Farrell will get the head start. First one to the finish line wins here in Comp Eliminator. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Super Street in the lanes. So France trying to make up the difference. Not going to get it done. Off the throttle at about 1,000 feet. Farrell, 790 for the win at 136. France clicks it early, 756, coasting at 137. They were both coasting at the finish line. Farrell for the win. So Jeff Lane will get the single into the final. He's just going to pull up, take the green, back out. We need super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock. Super stock to the lanes, please. All he has to do is stage the car under its own power, take the green light, which he has done as far as staging the car. Waiting for the green. There it is. and he backs out. Jeff Lane moves on to the final to race against Mike Farrell. Super stock to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes. Super Street, you should all be over there. If you're not, we need you now. Super Street and Super Stock to the lanes. Super Stock to the lanes. Semi-final action coming up here in Top Sportsman. It's going to be Mark McDonald and Jeff Brooks. Brooks out of the water box right now in that 51 Henry J for Kaiser Compressors out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Alongside Mark McDonald, number 7 in the world last year, out of Boonville, Indiana, for Dragsters for Sale.com and JBM Racing. Deidre, I'll get it right, also known as Ed, alongside, keeping an eye on her man out there. See the fog of the nitrous there on the 67 Mustang. McDonald dialed it in a 660. Brooks a 670. Just a little bit of a head start there for the Henry J. Summit side of the track. McDonald leaves second over here in the Bud lane. Red light start for Mark McDonald. Tough break for him. Will not go to the final. 673 at 203 for Jeff Brooks. He was 001 red, 1/1000th from being perfect on the tree. Coast through to a 999 at 89. So tough break for old Mac over there, but Jeff Brooks moves on to the final round. Brooks will be taking on the Corvette of Billy Toman. Scotty Wasco not making the call, not sure what was up with the Cutlass, but he is not available here, so it'll be a single pass coming up for Billy Toman. Out of out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, the 63 Corvette. He'll secure his final round berth here on the single. Super stock to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes, please. And for Billy Toman, he'll stop the timers with a 683 at 168. trip zip perfect at the starting line. Perfect light there for Tobin. 683 at the finish line at 168. So we move right on into the 1090 category. Super Street coming up. This is Bob Schmidt out of Grove City, Ohio. Left side alongside Taylor Young. Young out of South Amherst, Ohio, the college student in the 94 S10. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes. Super Stock to the lanes. Super Gas, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas to the lanes. Bob Schmidt, Taylor Young. Win light says it is Young for the win on the double breakout. Both of them dead late out of the gate. A 111, the better of the two lights. That's terrible. 1089.8 at 122 for Taylor Young. Not sure what that was all about. But no matter. Scott Sattler comes up next alongside Brian Workman. Sattler from Salina, Ohio. Workman from Willard, Ohio. Trying to run that 1090. Super Stock, Super Gas. Super Stock, Super Gas to the lanes. At the finish line, another double breakout. This time it's going to be the 1086 getting it done for Scott Sattler. Workman 1085, Sattler 1086, Sattler 007 on the tree, Workman 012. Sattler picks up the win ticket. And the single pass coming up here for Kristen Kiger. The little Chevy 2. 004 on the tree, headed down track, trying to hit that 1090 number. And for Kiger, it's going to be a 1086 at 141. So everybody was under the index in that category. Conditions must be changing just a little bit. 3 cars left. Coming up in Super Street. Super Gas. We need you to the lanes. Super Gas to the lanes. Super Stock, if you're not up here, we need you now. So Super Stock, Super Gas to the lanes.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the Sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
So coming up next, it's going to be Super Stock. They are at the ready line right now. I'm sorry, they're not at the ready line right now. Super Gas, we need you. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes.
LODRS Motorsports Insurance, 4 generations in the insurance business and over 30 years in motorsports, offering package policy for all your valuable racing equipment, on the road or at the track. Be a winner with LODRS Motorsports Insurance. Go to Facebook today. Get a quote from LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Again, super gas cars, looks like they're getting lined up over there. We should be getting down into single digits of super gas cars, if I remember right. So if you're not in the lanes, you need to head that way. Super gas to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. Motors coming to life right now for our super stock contingent. It's going to be John Freck, Zach Running, pulling up here, our first pair. Summit side of the track, that's John Freck, the GTL Automatic 83 Z28, alongside the GTN Automatic for Zach Running. 1094 and 1069 the numbers for Freck and Running, respectively. Both cars staged and ready. Here we go. Little bitty baby wheelies for both cars as they head down track. Finish line says John Freck on the double breakout winner. He is 1093.4 on the 1094. He's 6th out under. Zach Running 2 under, 1067 on the 1069. Back to the starting line with Pete Dagnolo and Tyler Bohannon. Dagnolo, the Division I runner out of Rochester, New York. For SNR Automotive, the Camaro, 67 Camaro. Superstock C modified. Big wheels up there for Tyler Bohannon. Yanked him out of the beams too early. He is 003 red. Bohannon not going to go back-to-back this year. In Superstock win light for Pete Dagnolo, 929 at 127 for Pete. Tyler Bohannon, 1012 on the 1011, 003 red here at the start. So Chuck Bellinger comes up. He gets the bye. Out of Taylorsville, Kentucky, the 96 Firebird. He will stage up. Looks like he's just going to take the green and back it out or idle it on down. Could be wrong. He is taking his time to stage. Well, going to make a pass out of it. Why not? 002 on the tree. Dialed it a 1031 and goes 1028. 128, dial in pass to get into the semis for Chuck Bellinger. Super Gas getting paired up over there. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator. To the lanes, please. Stock. Stock to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Once again, Stock Eliminator to the lanes. So Super Gas making their way to the ready line right now. Stock Eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Okay, it's the 990 cars coming up now. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Quarterfinals coming at you right now. We'll pare the field down to 3 after this round. It's Janice Swan, left side. They call her Sis, out of Mooresville, Indiana, alongside Patrick DeBotis, out of Howell, Michigan. 2000 Dodge Dakota Mopar powered machine. Janice Swan, the Indiana runner in the little Opel. Both of them moving north towards the 1320 mark. Finish line's going to flash for Janice Swan. 995 at 155. Janice, your winner, 999 and done for Patrick DeBotis. He was 012 on the tree, she 029, but she tightens it up on the stripe for the win. 2 more coming at you right now. It's Jacob Belrod, number 4 in the world last year in the Corvette. Brian Richardson alongside from Woodburn, Indiana. The 34 Chevy Roadster for Ralph Motika. Both of them trying to go 990 down there at the finish line. And it's going to be Elrod, your automatic winner. Red light start for Brian Richardson. Elrod was 006 on the tree, 992 at the finish line. And that is a win ticket. And you see troubles for Brian Richardson. He clicks it off sitting along the guard wall about the 1,000-foot mark. And we will have to put everything on hold and go down and check things out. Make sure he is in good shape. Okay, looks like Richardson has cleared the top end of the track, and so two little Corvette Roadsters staging up right now. It's going to be Steve Hoyt and Joe Fisher. On the stops, off the stops, and away they go. Oh, red light start for Fisher. Did not see that from my vantage point. Steve Hoyt gets the win. How about a 9,900? Dead on 0. He was dead on 1 last round. Steve Hoyt's got it figured out. 018 on the tree as well. That makes it an 18 thousandths package. Joe Fisher, red light start 996 at 170. Stock Eliminator moves up to the water box right now as we make our way through the fields here to get down to our final rounds. The McCormick Motorsports, finer details, 66 Belvedere. Banging the gears over there, the A-stick machine for Jason McCormick, Columbiaville, Michigan. He'll line up alongside the Indian Outlaw, T.C. Morris, New Haven, Kentucky. The 04 GTO E-Stock Automatic. The little Pontiac over here. He'll lead first, 1080 the dial in to the 1018 for Jason McCormick. He'll be pulling second gear while the wheels are in the air. Got her tamed down just a little bit there, but away they go. Red light start for McCormick. Win light, TC Morris, 1083 at 122 for TC. And the GTO will return. Jason McCormick, red light start, 1035 at 112. Tom Russell, going to idle it on down there. His B Stocker. He gets the bye. $17.26 coasting on through at 78 miles an hour for Tom Russell, so he'll be back. So we are working our way down to 2 competitors in each class so we can get our final round set here at the Cavalcade of Scars, presented by Budweiser here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Attention in the pits, we need super comp to the lanes, please. Super comp to the lanes. Super comp. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super comp. So we need all of our super class racers back to the lanes, please. Super gas, super comp, super street. All of our super classes back to the lanes, please. Super comp, super gas, super street. Super comp, super gas, super street. Please make your way back to the staging lanes. Super stock. We need you back to the lanes as well. So anything that's got a super in it, we need you back to the lanes. Super stock, super comp, super gas, super street. We're down to our semis in all of those categories. The rest of our classes, we've got our final rounds set. So we need to whittle down some cars here to get our final round matchups. Super stock, super comp, super gas, and super street. Back to the lanes. Super stock, super comp, super gas, super street. We need all of you back to the lanes for our semifinal rounds. Super stock, super comp, super gas, super street. We need all of you back to the lanes for semifinals. Super stock, super comp, super gas, and super street. Please make your way back to the staging lanes for your semifinal rounds. So the call goes out. All winners and all Sorry, retract that. Ignore the announcer. Ignore the announcer. Back at Coles County Dragway, they usually do ignore the announcer, so that works out. Super class categories: super stock, super comp, super gas, and super street. We need you back to the lanes. We need you now. So again, we're looking for super stock, super comp, super gas, super street. Semi-final action for all of those categories back to the lanes. We need you to head that way. I'm seeing some cars lining up over there. So I think we're getting close on the super category side of the track. Super stock. Something's rumbling to life right now. And I believe this is the final round coming up in Comp Eliminator. Be handing out some hardware here in just a minute. As our Comp Eliminator final round coming at you right now between Mike Farrell and Jeff Lane. Mike Farrell, the B Street Roadster out of Louisville, Kentucky. He'll line up in the Summit lane. Your number 2 qualifier was 63 under during qualifying with a 779, his index an 840. Alongside number 3 in the world last year, this is Jeff Lane out of North Bend, Washington. The Hancock and Lane Cobalt for Mickey Thompson and Lucas Oil. The Washington runner will stage it up. No luck in qualifying, but been running solid all weekend long. His index an 855. First one to the finish line wins. Here we go, Comp Eliminator, final round. Look at that, pretty lead by the Cobalt. Farrell trying to make up ground. Can he get it done? Tight at the big end. Win light for Jeff Lane. Your winner here in Comp Eliminator. 794 at 158. Lane takes him across for the win. Mike Farrell trying to catch him. Couldn't get it done. They were good on the tree. 017 and 012 for Farrell and Lane. 790 for Mike Farrell. Couldn't quite match the number he ran in qualifying. If he had, he would be your winner, but not to be Jeff Lane, your winner here this weekend in Competition Eliminator. So his first leg on his cross-country trip going pretty well. Headed for the Sports Nationals this coming weekend. For Jeff Lane, your winner in Comp Eliminator. Mike Farrell, runner-up here this weekend. Great job for Mike as well. One final down and a handful to go. Our super categories lining up over there on the west side. Super stock. You should be over here on the east side getting paired up for your semifinals as well.
LODRS Motorsports Insurance, 4 generations in the insurance business and over 30 years in motorsports, offering package policy for all your valuable racing equipment, on the road or at the track. Be a winner with LODRS Motorsports Insurance. Go to Facebook today. Get a quote from LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the Sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the Sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
And a reminder for you D3 TV viewers, whether you're here or online, if you're looking for coverage of this weekend's Sports Nationals down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, that will be exclusively presented on NHRA All Access. If you're already an All Access subscriber, it'll be included in your subscription package. If not, you want to watch some of the best sportsman drag racing action in the country, pick up the weekend pass for only $9.95 this weekend, as we will be broadcasting the JEG Sports Nationals from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park, exclusively on NHRA All Access. All right, semi-finals coming up here in Superstock. Pete Dagnolo from Rochester, New York, the 67 Camaro. Super Stock C Modified, alongside the Super Stock J Automatic for Chuck Bellinger. 96 Firebird right side, 67 Camaro left side. Pete trying to go 922, Chuck trying to go 1029. Good green light starts for both. One of them a lot greener than the other. 932 on the 922 for Pete Diagnolo. He'll move on to the final. 131 Bellinger, dead late out of the gate, trying to make it up at the finish line. 3 under 1026, breaks him out. So Pete moves on to take on John Freck. Freck takes the green, backs out. So your final round is set. Pete Diagnolo, John Freck in the final here in Super Stock. The index categories, the 90 categories lining up right now. Super Comp, looks like there are first 6 cars left. So they still got a 3-round drag race coming up for them. They're in the quarterfinals at this point. Rick Schneider, Steve Spalding. Schneider out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. The CT Motorsports American chassis big block Chevy powered dragster alongside Steve Spalding. Triple nickel power behind the driver. Nestled down in that undercover chassis machine out of Malway, New Jersey. Both of them in the construction trades. Both of them in the long skinny cars. Both of them big block Chevy power. Both of them trying to go 890 to move on to the next round. Both drivers staged and ready. Here we go. Red light start for Steve Spalding. Rick Schneider moves on to the next round. Gets the automatic win via the red light. 890 with a 7. 890 with a 7. Dead on 7 for Rick Schneider. For Steve Spalding, red light start. 892 at 169. Rick Hughes pulls up now alongside Davey Markle. Hughes from Fishers, Indiana. The A&A transmission, RCE, power chassis, big block Chevy entry. Alongside Davey Markle from Scottsville, New York. The JRO design, Darren Meyer race car entry. Pretty good drag race shaping up right now. Dead even at the start. How about an 890 with a 7? 890 with a 7 at 171 for your winner, Davey Markle. 20,000 package as he was 013 on the tree. Dead on 7 at the finish line. 889, 1 under for Rick Hughes. Took the stripe by 1, broke out by 1. Good looking drag race right there. 2 more coming up right now. D1 representing Ed McCleft out of Shingle House, PA. The Orange Crate Racing Boss chassis entry alongside Leo Zinda for the Ring and Pinion Shop out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Zinda staged and ready. Here comes McCleft. He's in. Here we go. Zinda in a little bit of trouble. And McCleft makes him pay the price. Win light for Ed McCleft, 893 at 177. Had the advantage at the starting line. Margin of victory, 0.0006. 6/10,000ths of a second for your winner, Ed McCleft. Zenda was closer at the big end, 891 to the 893. Traded it off at the starting line. Margin of victory, 6/10,000ths of a second. We move right into the 1090 category. Our buy run is going to come up first. It's Taylor Young out of South Amherst, Ohio. Taylor in the S10 pickup truck. Looking at that 1090 on the scoreboard. Shallow stage in the pickup truck. At the finish line, it's a 1088 at 127 for Taylor Young. Winner of this round will go to the final to face Taylor Young. It's going to be Scott Sattler and Kristen Kiger. Kiger from Navarre, Ohio. 67 Chevy 2, left side. Scott Sattler, Salina, Ohio, right side. The Bud Lane. And finish line says it's going to be a double breakout win going to Scott Sattler. 2 under 1088, better than the 3 under 1087 for Kristen Kiger. Kristen was 009 on the tree, a touch better at the starting line, but Sattler does better at the finish line. Gave up the stripe. 2 under 1088, good enough to move on to the final round. Now we move into the 990 category, Super Gas. And a titanic matchup here in our semi-final round as Jacob Elrod, number 4 in the world last year, number 1 in the world the year before. Current IHRA Hot Rod World Champion, alongside Steve Hoyt from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Multi-time top 10 competitor in his 63 Corvette. Both of them trying to hit that magic 990 down there at the finish line. Jamie behind the car checking things out. Jacob getting lined up. He is staged and ready. Here comes Hoyt. Rolls into the beams. And it's a red light start for Steve Hoyt. Win light for Jacob Elrod. Elrod trucks on through there to a 991 at 169. So Jacob Elrod getting her dialed in for the final round. Jacob's competition next time around is going to be Janice Swan. Sis pulling up here in the little race to win Opal for Isogenics. Out of Mooresville, Indiana, the nutrition coach. Looking for a berth in the final round here. Gets the single into the money round. Little leap and lurch off the starting line. And away she goes. Janice Swan will get to the finish line. Turns off the timers 988 at 163. So our final round set in Super Gas, Jacob Elrod, Janice Swan. So we still have one category left that has semifinal action coming up. Our finals should be set in all the rest of our categories. Thank you all for hanging in here with us today. I know it's been a very long, extended weekend, but we appreciate the fact that you're here. And if you're still racing at this point in the day, it's been a pretty successful weekend for you. So congratulations to all of you still racing, and thanks to everybody who came out to Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park this weekend to compete at the Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. So we're one category with semifinalists left. Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes. Super Comp. Cool them and fuel them and bring them back up. We need Super Comp back to the lanes. Super Comp semifinalists back to the lanes. Our finals are set in all of our other categories. Super Comp, 3 cars left. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Comp. Bring them back up for your semifinals. So from our vantage point up here in the tower, we can see the winner circle ceremony going on over there for Jeff Lane, the Hancock and Lane Cobalt, as he is accepting his Wally and all the accolades that go along with his win here today in Comp Eliminator. Who will be joining Jeff in the winner circle? We'll soon find out in all of our categories. Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes now, please. Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes so we can take care of your semifinals, so we can get all of our final round matchups completed. Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp to the lanes. Again, we're looking for super comp to the lanes. I know you just ran a little bit ago, but we need super comp to the lanes. So it looks like our top Sportsman finalists are at the ready line right now. If you are in a final round in your category, bring it on up to the staging lane so we can get you paired and hand out those wallies. So if you're in a final round in your category, come up to the lanes. Super Comp semifinalists, we're waiting on you. Super Comp semifinalists, we are waiting on you. We need you now. All other categories, if you're in the final round, bring them on up to the lanes and we will send you down the track. Again, final round competitors in all categories, if you're still in, you can come up to the staging lanes. Super Comp semifinals, we need you now to the staging lanes. Super Comp semifinalists, we need you now to the staging lanes. Ah, the sweet sound of race cars on a glorious Monday afternoon. Top Sportsman, final round, headed towards the water box right now. Billy Toman out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, the 63 Corvette, will be taking on Jeff Brooks from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the Kaiser Compressors, Henry J. Billy Toman, 63 Corvette. Your number 20 qualifier getting into the field on Saturday night with a 678. Jeff Brooks, number 7, qualified 654. High-speed door slammer bracket race coming at you right now. 672, the dial in for Jeff Brooks. Billy Toman trying to go 672 as well. Heads up, ditto dials, left and right. For the hardware, the Wally, here in Top Sportsman. Down track they go. Billy Toman, Jeff Brooks, win light for Jeff Brooks. The Henry J getting it done, 673 on the 672 at 201. Jeff Brooks, your winner. For Billy Toman, runner-up 674 at 204. Brooks just a touch better at the starting line, one off at the finish line. Brooks puts the package together to pick up the Wally. Congratulations, Jeff Brooks, your winner in Top Sportsman here at Summit Motorsports Park, the Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. So it looks like our Super Comp competitors making their way towards the ready line right now. Semifinal action in Super Comp. They need to go from 3 to 2 so we can get a final round matchup set. And it looks like 2 Division I racers are going to be part of our final 3 cars here. Huge field of super compers here this weekend, and we are whittling them down to our finalists. If you are a finalist in any other category, you can go ahead and bring them on up here. We will run you out so we can hand out the hardware in just a little bit. I see Top Dragster sitting back there at the back of the staging lanes over here on the east side. Zach Sackman, JB Straswig, getting everything set and ready to go here for their final round matchup. Stock over there as well. Little business to complete here in Super Comp as our drivers are getting buckled in, getting those helmets on, all the safety equipment in place, and rolling towards the water box right now. Super Comp semifinals coming up. First out, and he's going to the final round. Davey Markle gets the bye into the final. The Scottsville, New York runner. Machinist by trade for JRO Designs. Imagine this. It's a big block Chevy powered rear engine dragster. Out of Division I, the East Coaster. Backing up his dragster right now from the burnout. Markle will get it dialed in and ready to go for his final round competition. Markle looking to put an 890 on the big board down there. How about an 894 at 151 for Davey Markle? He knows where he's at. Now he just needs to know who he'll be running against in the final round. Will it be his fellow Division I runner, the Orange Crate Racing Dragster of Ed McCleft out of Shingle House, Pennsylvania? Or will it be Rick Schneider, the Michigander, representing Division III? Schneider pulls up Budweiser side of the track. McCleft in the Summit lane. McCleft's been running the Summit lane almost all weekend, if I recall correctly. To be sure, the Schneiders have had an eventful weekend. They need to cap it off in their minds with a Wally for the ride home. Are they going to get it done? Schneider, McCleft, side by side. Who's it going to be? It is Schneider. 888 on the double breakout, 179 for the speed. He was 002 on the tree. McCleft, 014, no slouch there. But 12 behind at the start, 886. 4 under at the finish line, took the stripe and broke out by a little bit more. Ed McCleft. So Rick Schneider will match up with Davey Markle in the final round in Super Comp. So now all of our finals are set. They'll have to hustle back up here to make our final round matchups. But now it's time for Stock Eliminator. Tom Russell and T.C. Morris lining up in the water box. Final round action coming up in stock. So a reminder to all of our winners, if you are a winner, you'll need to head back here to the southeast corner of the property over by the sign for America's Racetrack, Summit Motorsports Park, for our Winner's Circle festivities. If you are a winner, bring it on back up. One of these two is going to get the chance to in just a minute. Tom Russell, T.C. Morris, B-stick, left side, E-stock automatic, right side. The Indian Outlaw off and running, red lights his chances away. Your winner in the final round here in Stock Eliminator, it's Tom Russell. The stick machine taking the win, 10:31, 129, broke out, didn't matter. The red light start for T.C. Morris makes him runner-up here in stock. 1080 on the 1083 at 122. So congratulations to Tom Russell, Tom Russell, your winner here in Stock Eliminator. Now coming to life, Top Dragster, racing for a national championship, presented by RacingRVs.com. Which one of them is going to take home the Wally this weekend? Will it be Zach Sackman or J.B. Strasweg? The supercharged mount of Zach Sackman. The nitrous boosted machine for dragstersforsale.com, J.B. Strasweg. Great matchup here in the final round. Strasweg got into the field. Number 8 qualifier was 620. He's dialed it a 616. Sackman, better and better all weekend. He thinks it's going to go 607, better than his qualifying performance of 624. So Sackman, left side, 6:07. JB Straswig, right side, 6:16. Is the Wally going to Illinois or Indiana? We're about to find out here in Top Dragster. JB Straswig with the automatic win. 6:18 on the 6:16. JB taking home the Wally here in Top Dragster. Zach Sackman, red light start. 6:86 off pace for him. And that's the way you lock up an all-star berth. Just go out and win the dang race. And that's what JB Straswig did, taking home the Wally here in Top Dragster. So congratulations to the entire dragstersforsale.com team. JB going to the winner's circle here in Top Dragster. So more final rounds coming up. I see our Super Gas finalists sitting there at the ready line. Jacob Elrod, Janice Swan. The winner's circle going to get crowded here in just a few minutes as we've been crowning champions throughout the day. If you are a winner, make sure you make your way to the winner's circle, southeast corner of the property. Pick up your hardware, get your picture taken, and celebrate your victory here at the Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. Super Gas coming around the bend for their final round. 990 up on the big board. And here we go. Two of the best in the division. Lining up, Jacob Elrod, left side out of Harrod, Ohio. Carrying that number 4 out there on the scoop. Super Rod World Champ last year in IHRA. The year before, Super Gas World Champ in the NHRA. Jamie behind the car, making sure everything is good. Jacob lining up left side alongside Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana. They call her Sis for Isogenics and Race to Win Motorsports. The 73 Opel GT. And it's all over for Janice Swan. Automatic win for Jacob Elrod. Swan red light start. Jacob Elrod 989. 168. He is your winner. Congratulations, Jacob Elrod. Winner here this weekend in Super Gas. For Janice Swan, red light start, 993 at 160. So Jacob Elrod, you'll find him over in the winner's circle in just a little bit. One of these two will as well. Super Stock final round coming up. It's Pete Diagnolo from Rochester, New York. The S&R Automotive 67 Camaro Super C Modified alongside the GTL automatic machine for John Freck. The Freck Racing 83 Z28. Freck leaves first, 1094. A full tree head start for Freck. Pete Diagnolo coming to chase him down in that high-winding small block 67 Camaro. Green lights up there. It's a race. Who's going to get the job done? The white Camaro charging hard for your winner out of Division 1. Congratulations, Pete Diagnolo, your winner here this weekend in Super Stock, 925 on the 922. Diagnolo, your winner, 132 for the speed. Frack 4 off 1098 on the 1094. Frack just a little bit later on the starting line. Still a decent light, but the 015 for Diagnolo gave him some room to work at the end. He will be your winner here in Super Stock. Coming up now, Super Street. It's Taylor Young and Scott Sattler pulling up right now. Young out of South Amherst, Ohio. Sattler, Salina, Ohio, the home base. Young in the S10 pickup truck. That's the blue ride in the Summit lane. Sattler, the red Malibu in the Budweiser lane. Both of them trying to hit the magic number of 1090. Here in Super Street, your final round. Another pair of green lights starts as they head down track. It'll be decided at the 1320 mark. The S10 out front. Here comes the Malibu making up the ground and picks up the win. 1092 on the 1090 for your winner, Scott Sattler. 010 on the tree helped the cause. For Taylor Young, losing effort, dead on 5, 10-9-0 with a 5. But margin of victory made right here on the starting line for Scott Sattler. Had some room down there at the finish line to figure it out. So congratulations to Scott Sattler. Win here in Super Street. Super Comp racers, if you're not back to the lanes, you need to head this way so we can get your final round completed as we are getting down. So Super Comp, you are the remaining class. We've crowned our champions in all of our other categories. Super Comp, you'll be our last pair down the drag strip this weekend. So if you can make your way back up to the staging lanes, we'll get you finished up and put the wraps on the Cavalcade of Stars, presented by Budweiser here at Summit Motorsports Park. So if you look off to the southeast down here to the winner's circle, you see our winners in all of our categories getting lined up to accept those well-deserved Wallies this weekend. Here at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, got one race left to go, one round left to go. That's in Super Comp. And I see one of our competitors over there. Not sure if they're both up there or not. But as soon as they are, we are ready for them to finish up here today at the Cavalcade of Stars. Big shout out to all of the crew out here, not only the NHRA division crew, but all of the race officials, everybody involved from Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park. Certainly has been a challenging weekend, and they've certainly gotten their work out, working very hard because of the weather conditions that we fought all weekend long. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday sure didn't look like today, as we had plenty of rain to deal with and plenty of difficult conditions to work with, but we got through it, put together the best race possible, provided the best racetrack possible, all for you competitors out there. We appreciate your racing efforts, and we also appreciate everybody that works so hard to put it together to make it a great event for you. So congratulations to all those folks. A big thank you to everybody involved getting us to this point in the weekend, which is down to our final of the day. All right, the motor's coming to life for our final pair. At least I see one moving. I think the other one's back there. So your final of the weekend here at the Cavalcade of Stars presented by Budweiser. It's going to be in the Super Comp category. Huge class this weekend, all the way down to 2 cars. One of them from Scottsville, New York, Summit side of the track. That's Davey Markle, the JRO Design Dragster. Alongside Rick Schneider, CT Motorsports Dragster out of Rochester Hills, Michigan. Both of them looking for a good light on that 4/10 Pro tree, trying to hit the number down there, 890 on the scoreboard. Here it is, your final of the weekend in Super Comp. At the finish line, you hear the womp, womp, womp. How about Rick Schneider putting the package together, a 13,000s package in the final round as he goes 008 on the tree, dead on 5 at the finish line. Rick Schneider picking up the hardware here in Super Comp. For Davey Markle, cross first, 2 under, 888 at 166. A tough to beat package on the right-hand side in the Budweiser lane for Rick Schneider. He is your champion in Super Comp this weekend here at Summit Motorsports Park. So congratulations to all of our winners in all of our classes. Thanks to everyone who stuck it out throughout the weekend. A great drag race, all wrapped up now. Our next stop for the Sportsman racers is the JAG Sports Nationals coming up this weekend at Bowling Green, Kentucky. On behalf of the entire staff and crew at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park and the National Hot Rod Association, this is Warren Evans saying thank you very much. Be careful on your way home or wherever you are headed this week. And with that, have a great Monday, everybody, and thanks.